people have throwable weapons.
He goes, I can patch you up. I'm certified.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're gonna treat me like Butters from that South Park episode with the ninja weapons.
Oh man.
I have swords too. We can just swing away.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a little bit cold for all that, guys. All right, it's a bit cold for all that. Who wants to regale us with the story of what the fuck happened last time on Icewind Dale Adventures?
You know, I didn't get a chance to look over our last one.
I spent the
It's
entire
been
session
crazy.
in a freaking orb.
You sure did, Crip. You sure did the entire time in an orb.
Yeah.
He's just now getting out. I remember that though.
Oh,
Hopefully.
I mean,
Hopefully.
maybe.
In one
we
piece,
just
maybe.
counted down the time to when his encasement is over.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he survives the process.
No.
Yeah.
It just means that we're up for
He's-
fun and games.
Yeah.
It's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. Then it's hilarious.
Wow, guys.
Well, Elduin decided to meet back up with us after Fenris had his little plant let them know we were heading downstairs, quote unquote. We got taken on a magical mystery tour of the Battlehammer clan halls. We were led into a big room after going through some small tunnels where all of the tables were set up and the people were being active with all sorts of side tunnels. One was mysteriously round and larger than the rest. We were taken all the way to the very end where it got significantly warmer and there was a large blue flame sitting in front of a very long table with elaborately decorated chairs which were all apparently meant for someone specific. We were taken down to the far end of the table where the queen was sitting with her handmaidens having a meal. There was some conversation that took place about what was happening and when it happened, only to discover a quote-unquote state secret, at which point we were led to another room, threatened, and came to a somewhat peaceful vow of silence, somewhat, at which point, oh, by the way, it seems like you might be infected. And then we went on a little shenanigan thing about mushrooms looking like steak-flavored mushrooms, and, that these infected mushrooms, maybe they're not even infected mushrooms, because come to find out, there was a little myconoid spy hanging around, spying on us. And right after Warwick held it and we were going to interrogate that little bastard, Victor decided, I really want a mushroom kebab.
That's right.
I haven't eaten for the day, and I'm going to skewer that son of a bitch. So we did. On the plus side, Elduin found out that the rest of the mushroom stores down in the Battlehammer incubation growing hall things, I can't remember the exact name, but where they grow all their food, doesn't seem to be infected. That's a plus. And we basically
Nobody else seems to be affected.
caught them up, got a pass as we were leaving from some very large, hefty dwarf who damn near had a heart attack to get it to us. At which point we let the current queen know that we have a little deal going on with Miss Robin and about the enormous black, throbbing, purple-veined mushroom penis elevator that all of the town folks seem to be going into, or have gone into at this point, best we can tell. And that one of our party members seems to be paranoid about the fact that he thinks that Miss Robin has cloud-napped one of our party members. So we went in there, and Elduin was doing some talking, and Victor was doing some talking, and maybe there was some deals made, some brains probed, and that's about where we left off.
Mm-hmm.
And the handmaidens are enemy. At least two.
We're saying, if I didn't probe her mind, she wouldn't have respected me enough to make the deal. So
You did intrigue her with that. In fact, you even attempted such a thing. She was like, huh.
Oh! And, I forgot something important. Miss Lisa is back with information from Jerry, and that each of us need to kill, what was it, 100,000? 100 or
No,
1,000 people? 100,000
100.
people?
It was
100
just
people
100.
each? 100
Yeah.
souls ahead? To get the contract for our lives gone, but everybody else is on their fucking own.
He just wants 100 souls. We haven't determined what that exactly means. We're like, I mean, technically animals have souls, so can you collect 100 animals?
I'm sure there's a
But, yeah.
order of magnitude here, or maybe one really fucking big one. Who knows?
Yeah.
Also, nobody agreed to that, so that's not an effect.
True.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was this is going to happen, or you can do this. But you had to touch the rock.
This was...
And nobody has.
Right, nobody did anything.
Well, we're all going to die eventually, so good luck with that.
I mean, that's fact and fair. Like, everybody's going to die eventually, right? Like, that's how this...
Yeah.
Actually, no, I don't have to die ever as the character that I am.
Well...
Yeah, you do.
I mean, this is this campaign, so you're die at least 4 times. Maybe somebody bring you back. No, nobody here has that ability, I think.
I mean, I do. So if I die, everyone else is screwed. But if anyone else dies...
Ward does. There you go. Okay, cool. Excellent. Well, since we are at the moment where we have been waiting for the 8-hour spell to end, to see if Grim will burst out of the ore piece and all of his undead cowman third robot arm glory and survive, or be turned into hamburger as he's squeezed out of the orb as mincemeat. We're not sure.
D20.
That's going to be today's episode. And yeah, Grippled, I need you to roll a D100, please.
Wait, what
I
now?
don't know if he wants to roll high or low is the problem.
I need you to roll
in
a
that
D100.
case, you want to aim for 50.
Mm-hmm.
That way you're
On
perfectly
50.
Hey, he went high.
Hey, that was only 3 away
72.
from 69.
That should have been auto success for 69.
Can we give him guidance to lower it by 3?
That's Bane, bro. I also have that spell.
All right, well, Eldwin, you know that your magic has faded. The spell is done. Nobody can be a happy little cloud anymore on the happy little landscape with happy little trees. And you don't see Grimald. I need who's all in the tent right now. I know Victor Eldwin is Warwick in there too, or not?
Nope, I'm outside.
Awesome. Eldwin and Victor, I need you both to give me insight checks.
Oh.
Nice.
All right. I got a 22.
Well, we're on par for today's campaign. Awesome.
Shit.
Well, I mean, Victor, you're just like, man, there's sure is a lot of things. Which one of these things is Grimald going to come out of? Because I know he said one of these fucking things. I feel it. I feel it in my gut. Eldwin, you notice that for a brief moment, Robin seemed confused. As your magic ended, and you know that Grimald should be bursting out of a Pokeball, At that moment, you saw a look of confusion on her face. She's genuinely like looking around.
At that moment, while she is confused,
You don't notice this, Victor. You're too busy looking at a bunch of everything's, looking to see if Grimold's popping out anything.
damn it.
You didn't notice it, and Eldwin hasn't shared anything, so... Sorry, Victor.
Is there's something wrong here? Because it definitely looks like it feels like there's something wrong here, right?
Oh, yes. Where did I put him?
Please don't say you put him in like some sort of bag of holding.
Oh, no. Bags of holding are extremely mundane. Although, when she, like, begins look around, like, different, like, open up her robe and look in different pockets and things, and her head, like, suddenly, like, disappears, and she's looking into things. She's just searching. Like, she's literally throwing things out of pockets, like, giant greatsword just goes, oh, ting, 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 ting. A helmet goes over, ting, 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 ting. And he goes, and she pulls out this about a little bit bigger than the size of a softball, translucent orb that seems to have this swirling gray energy that is slowly coalescing and shaping into the form of a person.
Ooh.
And she's just holding in her extra long fingers, fingers that just unnaturally long. And she stares at the thing and she goes, huh. It kept him small. Well, I'm sure that won't be a problem for you. And she chucks the glass ball into the ground and shatters, releasing Grimold, who is now size small. Grimold, congratulations, you are 3'2". Undead Minotaur person with rings.
You say undead?
Yeah, your race, right? You're undeadish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Same as me.
I have a question. I know I'm not saying this actively, but this is a good question. Did his robot arm stay the same size as him because it's grafted into him, or does he have one arm that's bigger than the rest?
His robot arm is a little bit bigger than the rest, but not as not like a normal 3 foot long arm attached to this poor 3 foot tall body. No, it is bigger than the rest.
Damn, that would be hilarious.
It would have been hilarious.
So it's kind of like an Etten arm.
No, it's still the robot arm. It's just like twice the size of your other 2 arms. Yeah, it's and she goes, well, he survived, and look, he's no longer a cloud.
See,
Also
I told you that he was here.
Yeah, you were right, and we got him back. Unfortunately, well, I'm not gonna say that because he might make the best of it. You're with us now, Grim.
Yes, he may be helpful.
Can someone fix this, please?
Oh, it might sort itself out. I don't know.
It might wear off.
Yeah, maybe. I can't believe it kept him small. I would have thought he'd have gone whoosh. Fun experiment. Okay, get out of my shop. You have your person back. And I need more
Yeah.
samples!
Like,
More
we're working on it.
samples! Okay, good.
All right. Well, we're gonna go inside the mushroom, so I hope you're prepared for that, Grim.
I still have no armor. Apparently now I need a saw with a third
Ooh.
hole.
What kind of armor?
Does everything I own ice ball?
Everything that you had on shrunk with you. If you did not have it actively equipped, your backpack, no, your backpack's normal size. The chest piece for your plate armor, normal size. You weren't wearing it.
Ooh.
So you have an overly sized, you've got like a hilariously sized halfling backpack. Like you're going on an adventure for weeks and weeks and weeks. You got that comically large backpack on you now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
basically
just-
I am.
Just remember things like pikes and glaives are a disadvantage because you're size small.
I know. I was
Okay.
just about to say that. Like,
Yeah.
my glaive is now 3 times as large as I am.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly have reach anymore. It's more like a hand axe.
I didn't have it on me though.
Oh, well then you can't, then it's massive.
Yeah.
It's good times.
No, it's not.
Good times. You had to get a little bit higher to come out normal.
You
Alrighty
needed
then.
a 75.
He needs some of that hashtag guidance.
All right,
Yep.
so you guys are out of the tent, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm
As soon as you
assuming
leave the
working
tent,
really.
the tent is gone.
Ooh. Well, I'm assuming she'll be back when, we come back from our mission that we'll do in a few days. Warwick, is he right there outside the tent, or are you guys, like, by the penis elevator?
That's a great question because that matters of what's going on right now. Did Warwick and Chris and Daisy stay outside by the tent, or did you guys continue moving towards the elevator?
Best I can remember is we were kicking rocks outside the tent. So
That was my recollection as well. So
Okay.
I'm going to say it's maybe been about 5 minutes that they've gone in and have come out, and the tent has disappeared, and you have a small group. But there's a group. Griblin? Who knows what his name is now?
How tall was he again?
3'2".
The first time he walks beside me, I'm gonna pat him on the head and say, "Aw,
Wow.
you're such a precious thing."
Wow. I hope he kills you in your sleep. Wait, what? Is that allowed?
well, Victor, I believe you said you were going to be getting Grim back from Miss Robin, not your tiny little porter you have here.
I got Grim back. I didn't. It's not my fault that she washed him and shrunk him.
It is Grim. I mean, you can see the metal arm out of his stomach, right? He's
Right.
smaller, sure.
So it is him.
I mean, I didn't know if you got a simulacrum gone wrong or what the hell's going on here.
She washed him. What can I say?
Honestly, he's lucky to be alive. Unfortunately, that does mean we don't get the magic item I was kind of hoping for, but this is good too.
If you say so.
Well, on to the next one. So our next step is to go in the penis elevator, correct?
I believe that's
Or do
where
we
we
have
were.
to go collect? Warwick's mission.
We can't do that until the full moon,
You
but
had the rest of them.
perhaps we should stop by the smithies and get, you know, I was going to say pork chop, but that's a pig. Let's just go with short round here, a weapon that won't kill someone when he swings it.
That's
Ooh.
probably a good thing.
Some armor too, because I don't think he's going to be putting on that old armor of his anytime soon.
Oh yes, because I'm sure they make armor for people that have 3 arms with 2 on the right, just laying around. Perhaps a shield at least.
Yeah.
Well, if we give him a
Well-
tower shield, shouldn't he be able to hide behind it?
Well, hopefully there's an armor that's still there.
I mean, I'm pretty sure
They
everyone's
didn't all run away.
in the giant throbbing member, but we can at least take one from off the shelf.
This is true. Just take what we need, and if they ever return, we can pay them then.
Yep.
I assume at some point considering the couple days that we were here ahead of time, I know where the smithy's at, correct?
Yeah, I mean, Black Iron Blades is like around the corner from where you guys are at from the tent.
Excellent. I would like to lead everyone there and at least get Grim something appropriately sized for his new stature. I mean, short round.
Well,
Hmm.
as you expected, there's nobody there. As far as things that are already made, like there are different blades and or different swords and short swords and daggers and shields and crossbows and bolts. Not a lot of bows and arrows. Everything's a crossbow up at the north. There's no armor that is out that will fit Grim. Not without somebody spending some time modifying it.
You said there are crossbow
And
bolts.
Where's my?
And who do you all have dark vision, by the way? Because it's dark.
I do.
I'm human. What's dark vision?
And I'm assuming somebody's got light or torch up or something.
Well, yeah,
a
I'll light a
flashlight.
torch because I don't have dark vision either.
I will cast a light on my helmet. I can
Fair
do
enough.
that.
You said that there were crossbow bolts.
Yes.
I'm gonna pick up a few of those
Okay.
since they're
They're just
apparently
there.
free stock.
I mean, yeah, they're just there.
How many can I pick up?
I mean, there's hundreds.
I'll probably go ahead and grab like 20 of them then.
Sure. Go ahead and add 20 more bolts to your inventory.
Well, Grim, do you see any weapons that you might be able to use? Maybe a shield or something?
Do I see anything my size?
Oh, man. I have a terrible sense of humor. Underneath player characters, I have you guys as alive folder and dead folder.
It's not wrong.
Well, I mean, technically, because the shield itself is magical, it'll shrink to your size. So your Sentinel shield you could equip with one hand. If you wanted to use a one-handed other weapon like a short sword. Otherwise, you have your war hammer, which you could wield with two hands. Because it's versatile. You could wield that with two hands.
Do I
But
have
then, but then you can't use your shield.
how? I'm gonna try to
Unless you need a short sword. There's short swords up in here.
Or look, short round. Here's a club, or a mace. This morning star might be a bit big. I'll throw that over my shoulder.
How? I'm gonna try to like manipulate my robot arm. Is it feeling? How's that working out right now?
It does not respond to you. It is still healing.
All right.
Wow.
It has not even been. It's been
been a day.
It's been a sleep. It has not been 10 sleeps.
I was hoping being in there kind of, I don't know, reset things.
While we're in here and Daisy is not with us, is she looking at stuff? Maybe pick up something?
She has a big hammer and a big axe. I don't think she wants any more big weapons.
A
Mhm.
maul. Oh wait, you said hammer. Hammer and
Yeah.
axe.
Do I
The
have
sword.
anything?
Yeah, she has a maul. She has a great axe.
So great sword.
Oh, there's not a piercing big two-handed weapon, so never mind.
Well, there is, but it's not technically a great
What
weapon.
are you trying to say, Grim?
Is there a normal weapon that I could use a two-hander that
So stop right there.
Would-
There are no normal two-handed weapons that, because of your size, you can wield without penalties.
no.
The
No, no.
only
Is
the
there-
only option for you are versatile weapons like a long sword or the warhammer you have. Those you could use as two-handed weapons, or you just do the versatile damage.
Yeah, well, I was going to say is there anything for me would be a two-hander that would give myself reach, but not like my glaive reach in my normal size?
No,
Like if I use a normal spear, which is normally not a reach weapon, but for me it would give me reach.
it would. I mean, so still no. The spear. It's not about. You still only have the 10-foot. You don't have the arm length to shoot the spear out further. And even and if we did something like that, you're still going to have penalties for it because now it's so big in comparison to you. You just don't have the center mass to be behind something like that.
I
Wield it effectively, right?
I missed third edition's monkey grip.
above table, a morning star is viable. It does not have versatile property.
All right, I'll have to look at all the versatile options. Give me a second.
Battle axe, longsword.
You could use a
warhammer.
dagger as a short sword for you.
Those are the three versatile weapons.
Yeah.
Trident, I guess technically.
You could use a letter opener.
He's not tiny.
Quarterstaff, right?
I can gore
Quarterstaff.
you in the ass.
Yeah, quarterstaffs are also versatile. Yeah.
I was thinking just of the martial ones. Sorry.
Give me a second. Let me
Surge.
find something, and then I will get back to
I mean,
you.
you have polearm mastery, so a quarterstaff or a spear will at least still give you your bonus action attack or reaction. Excuse me. You just won't have. You're just not going to have the reach.
Yeah, a spear would be good because then you can still use your whole arm stuff. You just won't have the extra reach.
And you can
Well,
throw
a
it.
spear is versatile, so he has to wield it with two hands
Mhm.
because he's size small. He cannot wield it with one hand.
Yeah. So basically, what we're stabbing around, but hasn't been explicitly said, that if you want to use Polar Master, you can't use a shield. Basically, is what it comes down to.
Not until your third arm is ready to go.
I mean, that was always the case anyway. The small thing just
Yep.
negated the 10-foot reach.
Well, I mean, no, not necessarily, because quarterstaff and spear would have procced it, but weren't an issue before, but they are now because of the size.
Basically, he's downgrading from the glaive to a spear, but
Yeah, I guess a spear would have to do for now.
There you go. Add a spear to inventory. It's totes here, bro. Totes here. Control spacebar, spear, drag and drop.
Keep trying to wield the glaive.
I mean, mad determination if that's the case, you know? Alright, so
Eventually he'd learn how to.
Victor stole 20 bolts. Grimold is stealing a spear. What are the rest of you stealing?
There's nothing for me to steal here.
Blacksmithing has nothing I need.
I'll grab a couple handfuls of daggers since we're here.
Sure. Why don't you all give me an investigation roll?
Sure. One failed investigation coming up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. There's the fail.
Oh my god.
Fuck you.
Warwick.
Yeah, he's the investigation guy.
Fuck you, Warwick.
Yeah,
Piece
well,
of
I'm
shit.
not today.
Jesus Christmas. I'm not even going to bother with Daisy with fucking Warwick's 32. Alright, well, Warwick, as you're looking around and going through the daggers and you know, just pocketing a couple here and there, there are three things that you are able to spot that are a bit more interesting. One of them, as you're shuffling around, moving things, and at first when you moved this particular item, you didn't really pay too much attention to until you heard the sound and you felt the weight. It's a dark black leather pouch, and when you open it up, it looks like the person here was taking bits of scrap and forging them into sharp triangular bits. It's a bag of caltrops.
Mhm.
There's about shaking the bag, maybe 300 or so that are in there. Should you want them?
I'll pocket those. Why not? Those could come in handy.
As you're going through the other stuff on the daggers, specifically in the daggers, there's two things that you find that are interesting. One of which is it's in with the daggers, and it's definitely the blade itself is definitely the size of a dagger, but you can tell that it is the hilt and about 3-inch blade of a broken sword, but it's very clean. There's like no speck of dust. Like where the break is seems smooth. It's not chipped in any way. The guard that is on it has a bit of a spiral pattern to it. And then the handle has still, like, the leather on it is still good. And the pommel, it looks like the head of a lion on it.
Oh, sorry. Please continue. I'll ask
And
my
the
question.
other item that you find is just a really, really sharp dagger.
The lion pommeled broken looking one, if I, flick it like you would a dagger, does it feel like it's still balanced? Or does it feel like it's heavy at the back because there used to be more blade to it?
Interesting question. So I will say that as you're trying to mess with it as though it's a dagger, there's definitely a bit of weight more on the hilt end, yes.
Gotcha.
As though there could be more to it.
Was there a sheath for this, or was it just sitting in with like, oh, here's a tray of daggers, just all the sharp bits pointing every which way?
Just in the tray of daggers with sharp bits pointed every which way.
I assume there's some twine and leather I can find somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll wrap that up. I'll take that with me, and I assume there's a sheath for the super sharp one.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take that too.
Okay.
With that, I will subtract 2 daggers from what I grabbed.
Okay.
Because I assume those will be different somehow.
For now, just name them Super Sharp Dagger and Lion Hilt Dagger.
That's
And let me know when you are doing anything with them.
I'm going to pull in a dagger +1 and a dagger +2 and rename them so they're different. Probably not going to do anything with them for now because I know they're different. This is really freaking sharp dagger. And this one is broke ass looking dagger.
You know what? Since everybody else is grabbing stuff, I might as well
Well-
see if they have it, right?
You don't need to be a thief like everybody else.
I'm just gonna look and see
Um,
if there's any studded leather instead of my regular leather.
Oh,
I
yeah.
doubt it because it's a blacksmith.
there-
Oh, they do?
no, there is,
Fuck
yeah.
yeah. Then I will
It's-
throw my regular leather on a table and take the studded leather and start putting that on while everyone else is looting this place.
Okay.
is there like a counter on
Yeah.
here where
Mhm.
the guy would be doing business and
Yeah.
he's going to take 5 gold pieces and put it by, I guess, where the register would be or where the guy sits or...
So you go to put your money on the counter, and you can see that under the counter is a chest that is obviously unlocked. It's a pretty good sized chest.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open it.
It is filled with gold.
I'm going to put my 5 gold pieces in with it.
Okay.
I'm not a thief. And he doesn't feel like, he feels like he needs to pay for it.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm going to subtract 5 gold pieces. Okay.
Everyone good here then? Got what we needed?
For the most part.
Yes, and I feel better about myself now.
Alright. To the black throbbing purple vein mushroom penis elevator?
Oh,
Off we go.
all right. So leaving the black iron blades, and making your way towards the penis elevator. Going down the same path you guys have already gone, at least 4 times now. Again, it's dark. You guys are walking in the darkness.
I still have a torch lit.
Yeah, I understand, and Chris has lights. I'm just saying that the ambient
Right.
area it's dark. You guys are sloshing in mud as it's recently warmed up. Elduin's done a couple days of dope druid shit of helping things grow, but when you go from years of nothing but 30-foot piles of snow to suddenly
Right.
sunshine and rainbows. I mean, shit, this could be swampland soon. Who fucking knows? But you guys are it's beginning to be on that cusp where even just walking around is going to become difficult terrain. It's gonna be that kind of thick, sloshy mud. Just something that you guys would just all note as you're coming through. Like a few more days of this, and it's gonna be difficult. It's not gonna be an easy thing to walk through. So it's just something that you will have to experience soon. But as you're sloshing and coming around, there's the fires, is finally down from the giant, the giant bonfire. Grimald's shack house where he and an old man did some strange things, and I don't know, there was some shit that happened there, and
There was, yeah.
there was touching involved. I don't know, sharing of bodily stuff. Making the left-hand turn, passing the house you guys were resting in, and turning to that right, where you guys can finally see. I mean, not you couldn't see, but you're getting you can see the base of the structure. And as you guys are there are a few things that you note relatively quickly now that you're there. First of all, the ground around the mushroom at the base and almost to where you guys are at, and you guys are about 20-25 feet away from the base of this thing, because that's when you come around the corner of the house. That's about where that was at, where Eldon was like, "Die, motherfucker, blight," and Daisy's like, "Run the fuck away." The ground around there is littered with mushrooms, ranging from all kinds of browns and greens, and even red ones with white dots on the caps. You don't have that sloshing mud. It seems like these things have absorbed that, and now there's life here. I need everybody to give me a active perception check with their eyeballs. Wow, Chris, even you notice this.
I think I
Of course,
noticed.
Eldwin does. Fuck you, Eldwin. Oh, Victor. Grimmel notices.
Victor can't roll for shit tonight.
I'm waiting for Warwick's 40.
Is he gonna pass me? No, he's not gonna pass me today.
Nice. So Chris, Eldwin, Grimmel, Warwick. I'm just going to arbitrarily say Daisy does. You all notice that where earlier today there were multiple openings for individuals to go into this thing, you can see that they are actively closing. Tendrils seem to come from top and bottom and meet, and they slowly are growing and solidifying the entryways. So as you guys are at right now, there are 4 open, but the furthest 2 are, the tendrils are starting to slowly grow down. The other thing that you notice, that those of you except for Victor notice, is that there are a lighter tanned capped mushroom that is almost like a path to one of the doors, like a road. Whereas all the other mushrooms are multicolored, there is a path of these light tanned capped mushrooms that go from not exactly where you guys are at, but maybe about 6 feet around. They seem to start, and it leads right into one of the doors. And the mushrooms, uh, the caps themselves, like if you were to be standing and looking down, are almost like cobblestone, almost like that's how tightly the caps are together. They're some are a little taller, some are a little shorter, but that's how tight the caps are, as though this is a mushroom road.
So assuming we're just gonna follow that road into the elevator, or assuming the elevator.
I mean, it is a direct path to it.
Do we
If they're going-
want to
if they're
be?
going to lay out the carpet, we might as well accept.
Do we want to go in quietly?
um,
If the answer is no, I'm charging in.
I wasn't expecting. I'm good for going quietly.
If,
I
if
guess
we're
the
going
same here.
quietly, I can help us with that. If not, then let's get a move on. You
I
know,
guess we're gonna sneak in.
Why?
I mean, if all the mushrooms are connected and we're walking on the mushrooms, I don't know what good that'll do. Why don't we just walk in the door?
Okay. I'm good with that.
all right, let's just walk in then.
Off we go.
How do you guys go in?
I'll
Are you
walk in
taking
first.
are you taking the mushroom trail or making your way through the multicolored mushrooms?
The
I'll take
mushroom trail seems that seems the safest.
Okay.
What?
I will follow the lead.
So you guys go that extra 6 feet, take that first step kind of strangely, like, am I gonna squish these things or not? And they support your weight. It feels like you're walking on cobblestone
Walking on
with
sunshine.
a little bit of a give, so it's kind of bouncy, just a little. As you all walk in, again, as those outer two doors, the tendrils are down and they're growing out. The inner two doors, tendrils are starting to grow, but you guys make your way across the mushroom path into the Big Dick mushroom elevator itself proper. You can see that behind you, those tendrils are still growing. Growing.
Are they growing any faster now that
Nope.
we're in?
Nope. They don't seem to be growing any faster or slower. Just still growing. And eventually, there's no longer an entryway in or out. With the two sources of light that you guys have, inside here is a huge space where you were probably expecting to see or some remnant of the wall that this thing had grown over. There is nothing. It does not look like this thing grew up and over and incorporated the wall in, like, as part of the structure. It looked like it, if anything, consumed it or moved it or something. It's just not. It's a much bigger space than you were expecting. Again, you guys were on one half of this wall going in. I would have expected there to be a fucking wall there, but
Sure.
there's not. What you do see is that there are all kinds of closed buds along the walls. And buds, I mean like flower buds. They are closed. They're pretty big though, at about even closed about a foot long, from where it meets the mushroom wall to the tip that is closed. And the leaves appear to be a dark brown leaf, and you from where the light touches, there's just hundreds. For I need to see something.
So there's a bunch of them all over inside.
Yes. All over the walls. Where is one, three,
How high up the wall?
as far as the light goes. Okay. For those of you with dark vision, beyond the dim light that light gives, so 40 feet beyond that, at about 55 feet, you can see that those flowers are open. Cannot tell color or anything else, but they're open. Seems like only these down here are closed. The other thing that you see is in the center of this massive circled chamber. There is another cylinder that is maybe about 15 feet in diameter. And that cylinder chamber seems to go all the way up to beyond where you can see. And from this side, you don't see anything else. There inside here is a little cooler than you would be expecting for a structure of this size, a living thing of this size to be. It's a little cooler than you would expect. Like I would think warmer, but it's relatively cool. There is definitely an earthy scent as well as a rotting smell. Now it's not an overpowering like make Constitution saving throws. You guys are hacking at lung, but it's definitely there. The ground you guys can feel is pulsing. While inside here, you guys are under difficult terrain as everywhere you step is constantly moving and in flux. This thing that it is not a stationary solid object. You guys saw the big purple veins that throb. Like this thing is still throbbing. And so where you step, there's a bit of a squish, and it's a lot to adjust to. So walking inside here was difficult terrain. Nothing seems to be, again, solid like stone. None of the black, it's all browns inside. And you don't see any veins, but you can feel the pulsing like beneath your feet.
Through the floor, yeah. So, is there like a path or something on the floor that you would say would be like a hallway or a guide or, go this way?
You guys, this is all stuff that you're noticing as soon as you're walking in. So another thing is that the interior here, I mean, it's from one side to the other is bigger than those of you with dark vision can see. You do not see the other side.
All right.
But you can
Well, I'm
see
gonna-
that in the center is that cylinder that just seems to go up and up and up and up.
Well, I'm gonna kind of look at the closed flowers that are, at least one of them, on the wall.
Okay.
See what it is, what it might be, whatever.
Go give
Whatever
me
I
a
can figure
perception
out
check.
about it.
Okay, give me a perception check. Are you going to touch it?
Not right at first.
It's no fun. All right, well, give me a perception check.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna summon my homunculi and cast light on it.
So no longer on you, on the on the little guy. Okay, fair enough.
So are there any structures that we can see around us that would facilitate bipedal creatures going up higher into the mushroom?
You would need to, not that you can see right now. You haven't explored the other side of this place or anything around. You've only got initial walking in and seeing what you see.
That's fine. That's all.
And
Just
you-
asking.
And you, again, it's the distance is beyond what your dark vision, if you have dark vision, would allow you to see.
I would continue forward in exploring the perimeter of the space that we're currently in.
Hey, how far forward can you see with dark vision?
60 feet.
I'm gonna send my homunculi, my homunculus, to the 60-foot point away from us.
Okay. All right, so you summon the homunculus, cast the lights, send the homunculus over. Those of you with the dark vision would note that as the light gets closer to the other side of the wall, the open flowers close. And they do so in a twisting motion. On the other side, now that you guys have light source over there, again, those long, foot-long flower buds, which are again now closed, and they just seem to continue going up. Warwick, you're still walking over there though, right? Even though you have the light source. Yeah. As you make your way to the over there, like getting a glimpse around this, on the opposite side of where this tower within a tower is, you can see that there is about a 3-foot wide open section that goes all the way up. So within that tower, the tower within the tower, the cylinder on the opposite side,
Center spire.
the center spire. That's a good word for it. The center spire. It's not a complete circle. There is a 3-foot gap. So something.
And it looks like it goes upward.
The gap continues for as far as you can see.
Well, there seems to be a gap over here in the center column. Also, I don't know if the rest of you noticed, but light seems to cause the flowers to close, so perhaps we should avoid deploying that on the second floor for a little while. So I know I just said that, but all the ones above us closed now that the lights moved into like the center of the room, correct?
Yes. Do you have dark vision?
Yes.
Yeah, so even the ones that are in the dim light have closed, and your additional 20 feet from that closed, because there's 20 bright, 40 dim, and then so you're 60 feet. So
Yeah.
from there on is all closed, and then you cannot tell anything beyond that.
So what do I see whenever I look at them up close?
Victor, with you coming up with a 13, coming up to one of these flower pods, it has a very, very sweet smell.
Like an attractant smell.
Yep. And that's just with this thing closed and you just being like 2-3 feet from it.
I'm gonna take out one of my crossbow bolts and kind of poke at it, see if I can get it to open, or just generally kind of poke at it.
Keep an investigation. And okay, all right, cool. Go ahead and roll me 4d6. Okay, go ahead and do that again for me, please. Okay. Again for me, please.
Yahtzee.
Again. Nice.
It just keeps going up by one.
Eventually, you'll roll 24.
Again. It's a chain effect. You poked one. And one more time for me, please.
Oh, he got it straight. Look at that.
That's great.
So this is all how much damage I'm taking?
I need you to give me
We don't know.
a actually you might.
How much health do you have?
Not
He's got
enough.
173 hit points, guys. He's fine. Yeah, it's not that. Excuse me. And yeah. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. This is not against a magical effect. This is just a flat roll. So, I mean, everybody's passed. It's not like Victor's doing this on the sly. Well, except for Grim. Grim's probably the only one who doesn't notice this. As he takes one of his crossbow bolts and begins to poke at one of these flower buds. First thing that you would notice, Grim, is that the leaves are relatively resilient. It doesn't just the tip of the bolt doesn't just pierce in. It's got some substance to it, like a thick rubbery feel to it. And as you're poking and you're like, what the hell? That smell is intoxicating. And as you take your crossbow bolt and get it just in between where the leaves are twisted over on each other, and you get the bolt end and you like pry just a little bit, that sensation just rolls out. And when that happens, you are at peace. Those are the stats for your next character, as the flower completely engulfs you.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Well, shit. That escalated quickly.
Well, that didn't take long.
The rest of you see that as he pops this open, he's so infatuated and amazed by this. And you guys at first are like, what the fuck is he doing? As the flower twists open and then these tendril like stalks come out and they go into his ears and down his throat before pulling him in and twisting again.
What the fuck?
And it seems
Welcome
like
to the
it's
game.
back to just being this foot-long pod.
So I'm gonna keep my light on me at all times.
So, I didn't think I had to say this, but seeing as one of our party members decided to do something without consulting anyone, don't mess with the mushrooms or the flowers within the mushrooms.
All I can say is, what the fuck did I walk in on?
Wait. Did
Dying.
somebody?
All right, time out. What you've missed so far? We got Grim back because apparently he was kept in some sort of unknown prison pocket on Miss Robin.
That would be in Miss Robin, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's wrong.
I'm leaving it ambiguous. We don't know because we didn't see. At which point, he didn't just burst forth from the glass encapsulation. He started to revert from his cloud form to his normal form, but stayed about the same
his normal
size
size.
as the ball. So whenever she broke it, he spread out a little bit, but then coalesced back into who I'm now calling Short Round, about a 3'2" undead Damphir Minotaur with a robot arm. That is twice the size of his other arms.
Yeah, his robot arm is big compared to his other arms. It's hilarious.
So it's probably dragging on the ground right now.
And it comes out of his stomach, so it definitely looks like a third
No,
arm.
it's on his side, not his stomach. It's not like it's like hanging off the front, like dragging between his legs. Just calm down.
Dude, that would
I
be
wouldn't
funny.
be surprised with you guys if that happened.
Look, I would have led with
I can
that.
make it happen. Give me a minute.
You're just gonna move his arm over because he's smaller now. It had to move over because it had to fit there, right?
I don't know. We haven't gone into that much detail yet. Grim, you can tackle that one. At which point we decided to make a detour to the smithy because Grim needed armaments that he could wield without being unwieldy. At which point he kept his shield and got a spear. We were unable to find any other armor to fit him, seeing as he has a third appendage. And then we went to see the mushroom, where we found a cobblestone mushroom path, which led into the interior of the mushroom, which then closed behind us. And as we were exploring, Victor just fucked with a mushroom flower thing and failed a saving throw and just got eaten by it. That's what you've witnessed thus far.
I need everybody except for Victor give me a perception check, please.
Yeah, Victor ain't perceiving anything.
Victor, you are in bliss right now.
You just had the best time of your life, apparently.
Obviously.
Chris sees it. Grim, you see it. Hot damn, guys. Everybody sees it.
Rolled a
Maybe,
5 instead of a 20.
Fuck yeah, Daisy sees it. Over by where you guys have just watched as this pod aggressively opened up and swallowed Victor whole, all while seemingly being this small structure. You weren't close enough to really see what exactly happened. You just know that suddenly it opened, things came out, Victor had this blissful smile on his face, and then he was gone. Where he disappeared to, though, you can see that the wall is bulged out about 3 feet, and that bulge is slowly moving up.
I think we know what happened to everyone else that came in here.
Except for the particulars, I think I happen to agree with you, Elduin, whether they're lured by the smell or compelled by the spores. I assume we can all kind of smell the sickeningly sweet smell, right?
It is dissipating now the flowers closed again. Because there's still the light, and there was the more of a maybe defense mechanism. Who knows?
Well, contrary to my previous statement about perhaps leaving the lights off, perhaps it's best we leave them on now if it keeps the flowers closed.
Summoning my Hamakos back to me.
I believe we can follow Victor's bump up the wall through the center column here if we would like to investigate the supposed end game of this structure.
I agree with that idea. It actually makes sense.
Yeah, we can see what's up there.
Best to know what we're dealing with, or we'll just die a horrible, painful death anyway at some point, so...
Or if you could throw hard enough, you could throw short round up there.
Or perhaps we can just walk or climb.
The bulge has moved a whopping 6 inches.
Well, this might take a while, but perhaps
let's go see what
what's
kind
upstairs will give us an idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's go see how that center pillar sends people up.
Okay.
It's going up.
So you guys are leaving the bulge alone and going into the center spire and the opening that's on that side.
Yes, because I don't want the thing to attack us from within.
Victor, go to Discord.
mean, what was her name? Villain would just love to pull your body back out if she was alive.
I mean, unless any of our more martially inclined fellows would like to try and cut him out of the wall. But somehow I feel like that's probably
No.
not the best course of action.
Probably not, considering, well, last time I hit this mushroom with something, it immediately tried to kill me.
And he just poked a flower, and that's what happened to him. So I don't want to risk it.
If we think that what we're about to enter is extremely dangerous and that we might need to run away very, very, very quickly, we could spend a minute for me to cast a certain spell once again so that we can run away very quickly if we need to.
Well, I mean, not to speak ill of the dead, potentially dead, but Victor's not going anywhere very quickly.
Understatement.
Victor never went anywhere quickly.
Hold on. No, this is not a question for the party. This is a question for the DM.
Oh, okay.
Because I can, get us all into cloud form again, which allows us to move very quickly and run away if we need to. Again, it does take a minute to revert from one form to the other, but once you're there, pretty much impossible to catch.
Give me an active perception check. So, going to the center spire, who is going into the opening? What's going on?
I'm going with. I'm following Morg's lead.
I'm going.
Your
Is-
voice is way too deep for your stature, sir.
I'm going.
There we go. That's better.
Hey.
I appreciate
Ah.
that. Yeah.
Ah, he's still got a low voice.
That's
Is
fine.
anyone going to answer the question I had?
What's your question?
Sure, I'll do it.
Do we want to have the ability to turn into clouds again so that we can run away if we need to?
That last 8 hours. Yeah, sure. That makes sense.
I'll do it.
Sure.
All right, then, we're going to be sitting here for 2
I'll do
minutes.
it.
Well, let's keep it moving quick, because I think there could be spores in here as well.
It will only take a minute to cast, and then if we don't want to be in cloud form, it'll take a minute for all of us to revert to normal form. So 2 minutes.
So
I know
is
how
that
much you
going to
love this spell the
affect me
first time.
too? Or am I immune to it?
I mean, I'm only targeting creatures I can see within range. I can't even see you
Yeah.
because you're in the wall, so...
Yeah.
You can see my bulge.
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wow.
That
No.
explains how I got
Okay.
kicked out all those bars in
You gotta
Luskin.
bulge something, you know?
All about
Keep your
all about
bulge
that
to
bulge.
yourself, sir.
I
He
know,
is a-
jeepers.
He is a satyr, so he should have a pretty good bulge.
A horny bulge. Got it.
There you go.
It's all about proportion. I'm gonna take my third arm and just throw it over my shoulder.
His
That's
third
nice.
arm gives a whole new meaning to fisting.
Ooh, wow, guys, you're all terrible. This is why you're all going to hell. Eldwin, no problem. Spell slot. Spell is done with all the people that you can see. You can all turn into happy little clouds again.
Well, it makes us turn into clouds, and we have to take a minute to turn back into normal for a minute,
Oh,
so it's 2 minutes. Yeah,
It
when I
forces you
cast
to
it,
be clouds.
when I cast it, everyone within range that I cast it on is turned into clouds, and then it takes a minute to revert to the other form. Yeah.
I give the command for the homunculus before I turn to follow me when I turn into a cloud.
Everybody except for Victor, whose intelligence ability score is a 16 or higher. Give me an intelligence ability check.
Oh, okay. Sure.
My stats change now. I'm small.
Oh.
Good.
Our intelligence needs to be a 16 to make this check?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes. Needs to be a base
Sweet.
16 or higher. Just the two of you. Okay.
I think that my second highest stat, actually. Yep.
That's my fourth highest stat.
Your fourth highest? Jesus.
Because there's a three-way tie for first.
Oh. I got a three-way tie for second. No, two-way tie for third. Sorry.
It's tied for my last, but that's also my fourth, so, you know.
Now I go 20, 17, 15, 14, 14. Those are my highest stats. And then my charisma's a 12.
I have 3 20s.
Jesus, man.
Hey, I have a 22 in wisdom, so, you know, you can't beat that.
Victor had 2 20s.
How do you have a 22?
Because I'm amazing.
Got one of them tomes of understanding.
Yeah.
Ah,
Mm-hmm. Basically.
He's got
Oh, tiny.
early mythical roller days, an online, our first event that was 16, 17 people. He was one of the participants, and so he has a boon, a digital boon that follows him in any mythical roller game.
Nice.
All right, you two. There's your Vis, Chris, and work.
As he's working on casting it, I'm going to literally interrupt his casting by sticking my hand in his mouth.
God damn.
What?
That'll get him to stop. Because I don't want to shove him onto the ground, so I'm just going to stick my hand in his mouth and disrupt his casting. Like sideways into his mouth.
What's
I'm
happening?
very hyper perception. I would see you coming a mile away.
Okay.
At the same time saying stop.
Okay, so let's do this. Chris, give me a roll unarmed strike for me.
Oof. That's a miss.
That's a totes miss. He's still like doing the hibbity hobbity, bobbity wobbity, zippity zappity, looking at you like you're fucking crazy.
Stop before you kill us.
Do I know if I stop now, I'm still going to lose a fucking spell slot?
You have started the spell, sir.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's up to you. Continue or not. I mean, the guy that you just met 4 days ago, who's never around, constantly wearing this strange suit of metal and talks through a speaker on his chest, is telling you to stop.
Yeah, I know, which is why I'm thinking I would just continue at this point.
Okay.
If nobody else is doing anything.
Sure.
I mean, Elduin, you have noticed that there was no moisture outside, and there's none in here, and there's spores in the air, and if we get turned into clouds, we're moisture.
That would make me stop.
I'm
Well,
intelligent.
at least
not
that makes
wise.
sense. It's a reason to stop and not just stop.
Yeah, I just said stop before you kill us. I'm sorry. I'm used to working with a team that understands when somebody says stop, you stop.
So yes, the spell slot is consumed because it was more towards the end of you casting than at the beginning of you casting. That they're looking around, brain power going zip, zap, zappity, zip. The, first person you kind of ignored, and the second person like, oh, well, shit, that makes sense. So yes, your
Yeah.
spell slot is still consumed, but you do stop the uttering of the spell, and so the magic fades and the transformation does not take place.
Perhaps we just climb the center column, old-fashioned like.
Well, that's what I thought we were gonna do, but it's too bad you couldn't have pointed that out before I started casting the spell.
Well, sometimes you just don't think about it until it's about to happen, and all of a sudden some deity's like, in your head just goes, hey man, you should make an intelligence ability check. And then you're like, oh yes, I should totally make an intelligence ability check. And then it's like, oh, damn, yes, that's right, clouds are moisture.
Ooh.
Wait, you listen to the voices in your head?
I mean, the spirits talk to me all the time. Have you seen the amount of D4s that I roll?
That's
Wait. You were able to figure out which voice to listen to?
right.
That's half the challenge.
By the way, Victor's bulge on the wall is another 6 inches, so it's moved about a foot.
Ooh. We still have plenty of time to get up there before that thing does. And yes, at this point it is a thing, because it's a thing in the wall that we don't know what it is now.
Yes, well, I think we can probably guess what happened to the rest of the villagers, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we might as well see what the end product is, so we know what we're dealing with.
So let it consume me to see what happens.
What's
Seems
going
like
on
a
with
good
you?
idea.
You, as far as they're concerned, Victor, you've already been consumed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, spirit of Victor that mysteriously reached through the veil and talked to me. We saw plant tentacles pierce your body through the ears and pull you into a wall. You're probably dead.
Tasty. All right. So who's going into the 3-foot opening in the center spire of the spire?
Oh, perfect size for me. I'm fucking going in.
Excellent. Excellent. You take that step in and give me an active perception check.
Oh, I see shit.
You do see some things, right? You go in. The center is hollow. It just goes up for fucking days. There does seem to be like a lip, like a ledge on the inside that goes completely around. But you're too fucking short to see what's on the ledge.
I jump.
Standing high jump.
Give me a athletics check.
Entertain myself too much with that. Just imagine this really short minotaur. Hopefully he doesn't jump too high or he'll get stuck on the ceiling.
All right, so you, as the pole greased, you jump and you're able to just above the lip, and you're looking around, and there's nothing here that interests you as you fall back down.
Is there a way up
in there? Or are you going to go out and tell them what you fucking found?
You can come in now. It's clear.
We're not going to die?
I ain't dead yet.
I mean, we're all going to die someday. Some of us probably sooner rather than later.
I think Victor already proved that point, Mork. Now, stick my head in to see if there's enough room for more than one person in there.
Yes, there is enough room within here for there to be, for all of you to fit. Not comfortably, but not necessarily uncomfortably either.
Well, let's not split up. Let's all stick together. Everyone in the enormous black, throbbing, purple-veined mushroom penis elevator.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as you step in with your now one source of light, as the torch is still burning off to the side where it got dropped by poor Victor. Rest in peace, Victor.
I'll cast Control Flames to put out that torch real quick.
Okay.
Flames
Chris,
get bigger.
that's going to be a long time before.
Okay.
Yeah. That's going to be many moons.
When I'm able to talk with like a broken sentence and people can understand me, can you let me know?
I will. Yes.
All right.
100% will. All right. So you guys are inside here. And now that you guys, now there's a light source, a couple things you know. First of all, this fucking thing just goes up for fucking ever. The floor in here, though, is different. Inside here, it's more of a basket weave of something, like some kind of root structure or vine structure is woven on this floor, giving it a more solid feel. On this, you do not have difficult terrain. This is a solid feeling floor, if you will. The ledge that is about probably about 3.5 to 3 and 8 inches from the ground. Just too tall for Grimald to be able to look over comfortably to jump up for. That ledge goes completely around, and what you see on it are small flower buds, small, like teeny tiny, but it doesn't encompass that thing. It seems like they are placed in some kind of, whether it's random or on purpose, order or direction. Why don't you all give me investigation checks?
Except me.
You can make investigation. There might be
Except
something
me.
you find in the 3-foot section. Yeah, except for Victor, who is having the best
In
ride
bliss.
of his life. Your spirits.
Very love my spirits. Even without the spirits, like it was, it was gonna be a 32.
Listen, I ignore that +10 and just blame the spirits for everything.
That's fair. I gotta reload really quick. My thing messed up. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, so Grimald, which you are able to notice from your statuesque point of view, is that from the 3-foot opening, if you consider that what I'm going to call north, that 3-foot opening is, quote, north. Okay? So at about the midway point between, at exactly northeast, and then southeast, and then southwest and northwest, at those points, there seems to be a bit of an indentation in the wall structure of the center spire of the spire. And you with the light source now, you notice that indentation also follows this all the way up. Now, there's nothing in that indentation. It just looks like a hollowed out section. But there is that. And then Eldwin, there's definitely a pattern to these flower buds. there's some kind of, whether sequence or something that it just, they're here for a purpose. For Chris, this looks like a fucking control console to one of your damn ships. Almost like these buds are buttons or levers or something, some kind of contraption. And Bork, the spirits tell you that light is not your friend. So that's what you all individually find out. Whether or not you share it, I don't care.
Well, not to sit and flip-flop, but my ethereal pals are telling me that we should perhaps snuff out the lights.
Is that smart with what happened to what's his name last time?
Well, you don't see any of those large brown ones down here, do you? Up here, wherever we're at?
No, you got a point.
I will say that these buds don't
Yes, I did.
don't look like they're naturally growing in the random order. They look like they were very purposely put in a specific place.
They actually look like controls on ships I dealt with back in my world. Problem is, if I put out the light, I can't see.
Well, perhaps you could keep your hand on Grimm's head and
Grab
that
his
way you
horns and
won't be
hold on to the
separated.
horns?
Yeah.
Grab the horns, buddy.
Or you can hold her hand. I'm sure he'd allow that.
You want me
Little
to
bit of
tickle your
Israel.
prostate?
Yeah.
I'll jab your taint if you do that.
It's not Tay time. Wrong character.
Hey.
You
Is that
even
the right
changed.
height?
You even changed your voice to his.
He is
I know.
at
I can't help it.
optimal level now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's terrible. We're all going to hell. Including Daisy. She's going with us.
Actually, I'm going to snuff it out, and I'm going to have my homunculus lead the way, and I will have it dragging my finger, tugging me in
Okay.
the direction. It has dark vision 60 feet.
Okay. Fair enough. As you cancel out that light and it gets dark, and all of you have to, even with dark vision, you have to adjust. There's a few moments of your eyes readjusting to there being light and no light. And then you start to see it at the edge of your vision. A bioluminescence as the flowers on the outside open, revealing a bluish light. And as more open, you have dim light within here, naturally with the bioluminescence. You can see be past this strange cylinder in cracks of the weave, because like the floor, the structure itself also appears to be some kind of weaved together root or vine going up, and so in the cracks of the weave is how you're able to see a little bit, not a whole lot. What the light does is able to come through, and then so too do the flowers and strange mushrooms on this ledge going all the way around, open and illuminate.
Well, see, there you go. Well, Chris, since you seem to have prior experience with something like this, why don't you press the buttons?
I'm going to take a second to examine all this to see if I can figure out how to make it a rudimentary idea of how to make it work.
Investigation roll with advantage.
Yes, sir.
So as you are taking in all of these strange, again, flowers and mushrooms and like bioluminescent moss, like there's a lot of living flora here. And kind of just looking at the different almost sections where you are noticing that there seems to be a section of a pink flower, and then there is a section of blue mushrooms, and then seems to be a section of green mushrooms that have brown spots, and there are sections. They don't mix and mingle. They are separate and within their own families, if you will. And of each of them, as you're going around, there are 20 separate ones of them, where there are different flowers and mushrooms and color combinations. As you're looking at them, one of them is not as brightly bioluminescent as the others. That one is you can tell are dark black mushrooms with purple throbbing veins. One of them within the collective seems to be bigger than the others. And as you're looking about the console, that seems to be true for the other 19 sections. One of them seems to be bigger than the others. Now, the one that is the black mushroom with the purple veins, as you're looking at that opening again, which I consider again to be north, right? It is the one immediately from that opening to the left.
All right, I'm that's bad. There's no way around it. I'm gonna grab the black throbbing mushroom, and I'm gonna see if manipulating it somehow causes an effect. We'll start by pushing it in, and then go tilting it up, tilting it down, stuff like that. Yes, there was no way around just explaining that. Is there any effect?
It grew.
I'm trying to think of it as a lever.
Not one that you. If there is one, you don't know.
Okay.
You got to go faster for there to be an effect.
All right, so that one's just to the immediate right of the opening?
The first one on the left.
Left.
Yes.
All right. What's on the immediate right of the opening?
That one, the one that's immediately to the right, is a collective of mushrooms that have a dark brown stalk to them, and then the cap opens up and looks like flowers almost, and that there are petals, and those petals kind of open up and flop over and around in a dome-like structure, and they are a darker purple color. And again, there's one that seems to be bigger than the rest.
So I'm gonna. One seems bigger than the rest. I want to try manipulating one of the ones that aren't tall as big. And see if like caressing over the flowers does anything, or if I can actually somehow make it grow bigger and see if the other one shrinks down.
So, about the only reaction that you get is that the petals will slowly like wrap themselves up and around. Like if you were to leave your finger there too long, it would wrap around your finger. And even after you caress the tops and move, it still continues that motion. And then after a few seconds, reopens. But there doesn't seem to be any other.
This is going to be
correlation or
dangerous,
changes.
but I'm going to leave my hand there and let it envelop my hand.
Okay. Nothing seems to happen other than it just wraps around, and it does stay there.
If I move my hand around with it enveloped, is there anything changing?
Now, are you still messing with the smaller ones, or is this the big one?
The smaller one.
No.
All right.
Like
I'm
you
gonna
can move,
over.
and like there's a bit of resistance where it can't go any further. Like the petals will start to like release your hand if you're going too far than what its root structure could support movement wise. But otherwise, no.
I want to do it to the bigger one now.
Okay.
This
So
one scares me.
Do you put your whole hand or just a finger, or what do you do?
I'm going to hold my hand over it and let it envelop my hand to see if that actually is what gives control.
Sure. Give me a perception check. And why doesn't everybody go ahead and give me a perception check real quick? Except for Victor,
I'll go with that.
who's having the best and last hug of his life.
Doesn't care about anything.
Nothing.
He's not having to figure out how to go up. He already figured it out.
That's right.
Right.
Chris, you notice it. Eldwin notice it. Grimald, you notice it. Daisy, you notice it. I'm not sure what happened to Warwick, but I'm
You know he's
Sorry,
gonna notice it.
what role do I need to do? I am
Perception.
distracted by something happening in front of my building right now that I think I need to call the cops for.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Perception.
perception check.
Roll perception.
Call the cops and have them roll perception.
Well,
Oh!
just don't count mine.
Yeah, that makes sense. So everybody except for Warwick and Victor, you would note that there is a purple substance on Chris's hand from messing with those smaller ones. That as he like reaches towards that bigger one, it like latches out, like knowingly, just comes over and just wraps its petals around his hand. And as you do so, at that 3-foot opening, Grimald, you would see this instantly because of your stature. Lines from left and right grow inward. And they go from the floor to just at that level where the shelf of buttons is at. And then this thing starts moving up.
Like an elevator?
Like an elevator.
I guess I gotta keep my hand here, so I'm not moving it.
Well, finally got to go up the elevator.
Now, question is, are we moving 6 inches a minute, or are we moving...
No, you guys, you're not going quick. Those groups that Grimald never pointed out to anybody, and so nobody really paid any attention to, but that you would now notice is that roots seem to be growing up and digging in as this platform is like being pulled up before it keeps growing up. It's almost like it's climbing. Like the platform itself is lining up in these groups.
So we're just riding an elevator up BBC.
Yep.
Oh, that's awful, guys.
I didn't say it.
No, it's not a. It's not that. It's an EB. EBTPVMPE.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, get it
Back.
right. Cheapers, guys. Just
I
get it
hate
right.
all of you right
Okay,
now.
so it's a BBTME.
I mean, that works too, I guess.
It's
There's
a lot
more
easier than that really long, complicated one.
I'm just saying, you guys are going up the center tube with this big, black, massive throbbing. Never mind.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You guys are going up and up and up and up. And as you guys are going up, you're able to, those of you with dark vision, especially. Well, actually, now that you all have the dim light, which is colored, so you can see in color, you're able to see now as things move in and things are happening that about it just doesn't fucking make sense, guys. It feels like about 80 feet above you, but when you guys were outside, this thing was, I mean, maybe a couple 100 feet at best. Like, how the levels are. Math and distance is not making sense inside here right now. As you guys go up and are able to see that 80-foot mark, you are able to see a floor. Like, there is a ceiling. Now, the elevator has an opening that it's still going up, so going up and through. And as you all are coming up and passing that threshold, the flowers change. They're no longer giving off the light blue light. They don't have the blue petals. These are green, and a dark, almost sickly green. The smell up here is almost alcoholic, or like ammonia. There is some kind of weirdness happening, and the elevator's not stopping. It's still going, and through that 3-foot window that you guys can all see out of, you can see that on the walls, every so often, spaced about 3 feet apart, there seems to be this large, fleshy, cocoon-like structure that has almost like an amber-colored shell or glass to just the front of it. And that cocoon-like structure is, again, you guys have the 3-foot window that you're looking out of. They just repeat and go and go and go. And yet the elevator continues, slowly making its way up.
I think that is where Victor's heading right there, and he's probably going to join all of them.
Do we want to keep going up?
Can we stop this thing?
Nah, probably as soon as I pull my hand out.
Is there a floor around these cocoons, or is it just open space with a bunch of cocoons?
It's the there is a floor. There is a floor. I'll just say that. It's not open space.
My opinion, we just go to the top and see what's up there first. But if you want to investigate these cocoons, which in my opinion is a bad idea, you can stop if you want.
I keep my hand in the pedal.
I have no opinion, as the spirits were screaming directly into my ears for the last 20 minutes.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, nobody's gonna cut me out.
We can't reach you.
Yeah, you're way below us now. We're way higher.
We'd have to wait a few hours for you to catch up to us.
Mhm.
Bless you, I think.
And based on God's depiction of what the flowers turned into, I would want to keep going and get into a better smell.
You guys are basically skipping the ammonia floor.
Yes.
Mhm.
You guys go up and up and up, but only 40 feet this time before, again, through the 3-foot window that I'm using, you can see that there's another ceiling as you're passing beyond and into another floor. More pods. These pods are a little bit different, though. Some of them seem to have just above where that amber-looking shell is, still in the kind of fleshy part of what we're calling a cocoon, there is a blue, almost translucent mushroom that's just maybe about 3-4 inches tall, growing out of this. The flowers in this room, there's a lot less of them. But there are flowers still kind of spaced in between each pod, or each collective of pods even. Seem to be giving off a dark yellow light, bioluminescence to them. And this floor, it smells. It just smells like hot air.
Victor would have loved this room.
Wow.
Yeah.
Brutal, guys.
I keep my hand on it.
Okay. Well, I mean, you keep going. Not Grimald. Sorry, Grimald. Everybody except for Grimald and Victor, give me perception checks.
I mean, it can't be any worse than the last one.
Hey, you almost beat me.
I only got 14. I didn't see anything.
Oh, no, you're good. Apparently, Eldo and Warwick have noticed this, almost since the beginning, but Chris, you're starting to notice this. That as you're holding, by the way, which hand, left or right hand, onto this flower, this mushroom
My
flower
right hand.
thing? Right hand. So as you're holding your right hand on this, you would have noticed that on the other side of the opening, after the elevator had moved up and onto the next floor, that's the black section would have started to glow a light purple through the veins, and then the next section left of it would have dimmed.
Okay,
And
so it's
as you're going
floors.
up, you are dimming, and so yes, you have figured out that each of these clusters of different flora represents a different level.
And I'm holding on to the top level.
You are holding on to the top. But as you go, and go, and go, and go, you are noticing that there are more and more pods. When you hit the 7th floor, not only are it starts to have fewer pods, but more. For the first time, some of the pods are open, and you can see that not standing. I don't really walk very well. Kind of lumbering around, humanoid mushroom-like individuals are helping people from the town out of these pods. You don't hear any conversation. But you're holding onto
I see
the
this one
max
now.
floor, so you're still going up. What?
Did I see that or no?
On, are you going to jump every floor?
No, I mean, was this scene you're describing the? No, you told me. Yeah, you said I didn't see anything. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, because you are shorter than where the top of the thing is, so you would have to be jumping or holding yourself up. And if you are, you need to tell me because that's fine.
Yeah.
But if you're just like, fuck this fucking bullshit, this stupid fucking 3-foot bullshit, like, where's something I can fucking cut?
Basically, yeah.
It needs a box.
Mm-hmm.
8th floor, 9th floor. And as you guys are going up, there are, again, different numbers of pods and mushroom entities and people, and again, getting helped out, or some even being put in. Like, it's nobody though pays any attention, excuse me, to the elevator or who is on the elevator or any way, shape, or form, as you guys just keep going up.
Next thing you know, they're going to be spurting out the top.
Wow. Once you guys get to the 16th floor, this is when things change a little bit. In that there aren't pods anymore. There are people just walking around in different clusters, just staring at each other. No words of any kind that you guys can hear happening. You just seem to be staring, and one will nod to the other. Yet the elevator continues to go up.
They're talking through spores or something, like the other mushrooms, I think.
It could even be something. I mean, it's probably the spores, but it could even be, what I do all the time with all of you.
She go up to the 17th floor. More of the same. You hit the 18th floor. It's this floor that you all... You know what? Why don't all of you give me perception checks? Except for Victor.
Dermal's too short. He don't see. Rolled a 1 and got a 17. You suck.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's why I built this character.
So different things happen to all of you For Warwick, the spirits shut the fuck up. Or for Elduin, the tiny hairs in your arms, the back of your neck, like just stick up. That immediate sense of something, like your body is almost electrified, like on edge. Chris, you get strangely calm. Like your interest in things just goes away as like you seem to like put on your battle mask, like shit's about to get real. Wonderment can wait. It's time to get to work. Daisy,
my
you're fucking
panel
tired
clear?
of being in this fucking elevator. Like the next thing that you want, that you're ready to claw people's eyes out. This is stupid. This is dumb. Why are we here? This happens, and Grimald is just grumbling. He's just grimming about his grim life.
What's going on? I can't see over this lip. God damn it!
Is my console glowing yet?
No, this is only floor 18. Floor 18, and all of you have a sense. I don't want to say dread, but there's something. Foreboding. That's a good word. Thank you. Yes. Except for Grimald, who is doesn't sense a damn thing, and Victor is having, again, the best and last hug of his life.
I really want to say, do you want me to describe it to you, or do you like me to find you a box?
Wow.
Nice.
Do I notice, even though do I notice them getting on edge?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
I
Am I
keep my
erecting to
hand
them?
where it's at.
Wow. As you guys hit this 18th floor and have that feeling, this floor is dark. There's no flowers. There's no ambient light. The only light that you have is coming from the console that Chris is, currently got his hand fondling one of the mushroom flowers. It is back to being cold. And other than the sound of the elevator lurching itself up as vines keep shooting up, digging and lifting this thing up, there's no sound. It's cold. I don't know if I said that. It's very
Yes.
cold. The
Oh,
elevator
we keep going
continues
up.
moving up.
Hmm.
And up. And up. And up. When you hit floor 19, and on the console, 419, by the way, are the light blue translucent mushrooms. The ones that Warwick has found a couple of that seem to be some sort of subspecies of what the Battle Hammers was growing. When you hit this floor, the walls seem to be encompassed in ice, and the elevator stops. It does not continue forward or up. And Either it is snowing inside here, or the spores are just that thick and fluffy looking. But it is exceedingly cold.
Is that the? That's not the panel I was touching, was it?
No. When the elevator does not move.
I pulled my hand back. This thing's not going up any further.
Just to make sure, I'm going to expel all the air that I have as fast as possible, make sure there's no spores in my lungs, and I'm going to stop breathing.
Well,
The tendrils that were moving the elevator look frozen too.
They do.
They stop. Ooh,
Yes.
Oh, it froze.
Yes.
Uh,
well, I'm not going to worry about the spores, considering we've been inside of here and we've been breathing them the whole time anyway. So, what's
Let's
this
see what
going to
happened.
matter?
let's see what happened.
How big is this room? The elevator.
You guys are in
It's a tight squeeze.
right. It is on the inside of it. It is a 12-foot diameter.
Cool.
So again, it's not comfortable, but it's not uncomfortable for there being 5.
With it being somewhat frozen, are y'all against me taking out a flamethrower and shooting it straight up?
You want a what?
Yes, because then if it collapses, how do we get down?
True, but I wasn't going to aim at the walls. I was going to shoot straight up to see if I could, warm up the tentacles to get them moving again.
Good idea. A little overkill.
I have no other way to warm things up.
Some of us also could, a torch.
Torch sounds like a better idea.
I'm pretty sure Eldwin here can produce a flame.
I can keep my hand on the console and as soon as it's able to, it might move again.
Telepathically to Warwick, so I'm still not breathing. Fantastic that I have telepathy for this. I can go check out what's above us. I can just walk up the wall, so it shouldn't be a problem for me. I'll bring a light with me so you guys can see me as I'm going up, so you guys know what's up there.
If you want, like, how is it unbearably cold here?
Oh yes,
Like-
you are shivering.
I mean, can I get my winter jacket out of my pack that I obviously have probably stowed away at this point?
If you have winter clothes, it's probably a good idea to put them on.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
what I had by default and have been stripping off as it's warmed up,
Yep, same. I'll just put mine back on as well.
I will tell you that after putting on the winter clothes, it is so cold that it's still bone piercing, even with the clothes on. But you'll be taking active damage.
Were we here when the Frost Maiden was still around?
Yes.
Is this the same cold? Like, is it? I mean, it's not like I don't mean like
Give me
the exact temperature, but like, is it that bone chilling, like cold? I don't want to see if it's exactly the same kind
you
of
know what?
chill.
Give me a nature check with advantage, because that's a great idea. I like it. Give me a nature check with advantage.
I also like that. I
Mhm.
was also thinking that.
Nice.
Grimold, it is exactly like that. It is
So it
exactly
feels
that.
familiar.
It is exactly that bone chilling, piercing cold that Icewind Dale has been known for many years since the Frost Maiden took over.
So does this cold feel familiar, guys?
It's funny you say that, Short Round. I was just thinking that same thing while Elduin was telling me about how he's going to walk up the wall here and see what's on the level above.
Hmm. Even I don't like this.
Does anyone have any rope? Because if I can make it to the top, I can throw down a rope for everyone to climb.
I can go up there too with you.
So I guess the question is it purposely kept cold on this level to prevent people from advancing to the next floor, or is there something else intervening on this floor and just so happens to be freezing the elevator? Lift. Basket. Mushroom thingy.
Those are very good questions that I do not have answers to.
Same. I do have 50 feet of rope, but depending on how high it is, I'll need more. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Perhaps, seeing as how one of our number has already been eaten by the mushroom, we should
Proceed cautiously.
proceed cautiously and as a group.
I mean, me and Grim can go up, bring lots of rope, and you guys can climb up after us.
That's okay. Do whatever you want, Elderwin. I haven't been able to stop you thus far.
Do you have any other idea of how to get up, or do we just go back down the floor and go from there?
I mean, according to what Grim has said, the roots are frozen. We're not going up nor down from here. So if we do want to get out of this place, perhaps we should figure out why it's so cold on this floor. Or we can just go to the top and jump off.
Can we exit? I mean, are we in between floors? Or are we like at the 19th floor?
You are at the 19th floor.
So we could
So-
very well just step out onto the 19th floor.
Except that, yes, but the vines that grew to close that gap have
Are
not
frozen.
ungrown and are covered in ice.
So
Meaning
really, our
somebody's
best.
got to toss you.
Someone's got the what? Throw me?
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to throw him. And don't
No
tell
one
the elf.
throws. No one throws me.
You're gonna have to throw me.
Can't
Just
make
don't
it.
tell the elf.
You're going to have to throw me. Don't
I mean-
tell the elf.
Technically, if it's solid enough, you can just walk up and over, right?
Well,
We can get out on this floor and look around first, if that's what you prefer.
I mean, or the vines are frozen. Daisy Smash?
I'm game for smashing.
I'm not against it.
I like smashing.
If they're frozen, chances are they're brittle.
Sure.
You can just punch him.
I like smashing.
Oh dear, is that what we're doing? We're smashing the poor vines.
Not the vines holding up the elevator.
No, the vines that are keeping us trapped in the elevator.
Correct. The
Right, Daisy.
door-like apparatus.
Daisy, go ahead and swing your hammer with all your pent up irritation might. Hashtag roll with advantage.
Roll advantage.
Yep.
Where's that again?
Well, he's not targeting anything.
Trey.
You just click it. Just
Like the
click them
hammer?
all. Yeah, just
Mhm.
click them all, and then in the chat, just roll an extra d20. I just want to see if you would crit. That's all. I just want to see the crit numbers.
How do I do that one?
Roll the dice that looks like my shirt. Click it and
Which
hit roll.
shirt? You have a lot of those.
I have dice
The
on
one
them?
of second on the far right.
Which one?
The one next to the 2 dice.
Oh. Oh, that shirt.
Oh,
As I said, he's got a lot of
Okay.
shirts with dice on them.
So Daisy hits. It cracks. Doesn't shatter. Second hit though.
Do it again.
I mean,
Second hit does it. That was what I said made the sound. The first hit didn't, but I assumed there would be a follow up, so the second hit does.
A very accurate assumption with Daisy.
Mhm.
yeah.
First you don't succeed, hit it again.
Hit it again.
Get it again.
Just keep hitting it.
That's how you
I'm
fix
game for
things
this.
and break things.
Well, one at a time. Everyone stay together. Get off the elevator, damn it!
I'm going.
I'm getting off.
Okay. So as the five of you get off of this, there's a few things that you note. First of all, there's a lot of either snow or spores on the ground that looks like snow. It's hard to say. And it's some of it is like lightly packed, and some of it is compact, and some of it is ice. So you're in difficult terrain, and it is still coming down and around. And what you didn't notice whenever you were in the elevator, but now that you're out of it, is that it's constantly going in a circle, just swirling around to the point that your range of vision for all of you is reduced to 20 feet. You cannot see beyond that due to the particles in the air hindering your sight. And even that distance from 20 feet to where you're at, you have disadvantage on because of the shit in the air. And it's just constantly spinning around. There is a strange glow about this place. Like there is some kind of light, but you don't know of a source. It's just it's like a cloudy day, heavy snowstorm, but it is daytime, so there is some kind of light, but it's still, kind of just blinding you everywhere. So you don't really see a light source, but there is an ambient light. Cold as fuck. Difficult terrain as fuck. Windy as fuck.
There's a lot of fucks
Sporing
going
all
on.
around. What were you saying, Chris?
I said there's a lot of fucks going around.
I mean, when you ride the big throbbing, veined, pulsing thing almost to the top, you held it just at the edge,
Mhm.
Yikes.
Were there were there stories told about Entropy's Inc. fight with the Frost Maiden?
So the last thing that you guys all know, or the only thing that you guys know as far as Entropy Inc. is concerned, is that the people of Brinshander are giving praise to that group as being the ones who ended the Eternal Winter, because that was the group that was sent that did a bunch of stuff, but there's no stories as to what happened
How?
after they
Okay.
left, after they fought the monstrous mechanical dragon that decimated 9 of the 10 towns, how they defeated that and broke it into pieces that were spread to the wind so it could never be rebuilt again, and how they rode off on this massive bird to victory.
That's all we know. Okay.
That's all you know. And then the city flies in the air. As far as everybody's concerned, Entropy Inc. is chilling like a villain on the flying city.
Okay.
Chilling like corpses. Hey yo. Anyway,
Well, I mean, chilling with villain? Never mind.
chilling
Ooh.
under villain's dominion. What? She was a necromancer. Oh my.
All right, so what's the game plan since we can barely hear, see, and move?
GM question. Is this mostly ice or snow?
You don't know. You have stepped on both.
I'll put my crampons on.
That's not a bad idea. I follow suit if I got him.
Does my spider climb help with this at all?
It does not.
Not slipping and falling.
It does not. It is still
Cool.
slippery for you. Still slippery surface.
Answered my question. I was looking that up right now. I thought we were done with this ice.
Well, so far it's living up to its name here. We've got ice and wind. I just don't see any dales.
Yeah, they're way down there.
Really?
But
Well,
Almost said, do you want to go see NASCAR?
do we want to just...
oh well.
Does it seem like does it seem like it's swirling around a center? Or it just seems like it's just or it's just kind of windy because the room is circular and it's just kind of spinning like that.
I'm going to say it's more that than specifically the center, because in the elevator itself, you guys didn't really feel the wind. You were able to see the spore fall, snowfall. Again, you're still not exactly sure, but once you got out, I will tell you that the direction has not changed. It is still going in a counterclockwise, if you will, motion.
Say we follow it in a counterclockwise motion. After we walk out from the door to the wall and then follow in a counterclockwise motion, see if we find another source or something.
Let's
All
stay within eyesight of one another and see what we can find.
All right.
All right, short stack, grab somebody's pocket.
Mm,
That's
Keep
all he
talking.
says.
You keep talking. Daisy, can I ride on her shoulder?
No, that's gross. No. Yes, why not? Hop on. Midget.
Yes, fastball special.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to let's take a bathroom break.
Yes, because I need more water, and I need to feed dogs.
adjectives besides tall, Grim?
Not just taller, not tall for me, tall for someone like you too. Not just like 5 feet bullshit.
Yes,
This
I
is like-
get it. It's tall. Other adjectives, please.
It had an owl face with horns.
And
Okay.
its head spun around.
Anybody
The
who's trained in
owls-
religion, please give me a religion check.
Fuck.
That is not me.
Including me or no?
It's me.
If you're trained in religion, yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Orc knows. Grimald, you know. It dawns on you right now. That's the motherfucking frostmate.
That's the motherfucking frostmate that I think we just freaking saw.
Right, so that's kind of an odd duck bird pun. What the hell would she be doing on the next to the top floor of one of these mushrooms?
Another good question I don't have an answer to.
These mushrooms had been bringing back dead things, right? Weren't we told that the Frostmaiden was killed, which is why the winter ended? Was it
I mean-
possible they found her body and brought her back?
Something
they-
happened with your microphone, Elduin. You sound super far away.
Let me check.
Did it switch in our break to something else?
The cat did something.
Cat did something? Perfect.
Well, going off of that, I'm not entirely sure if gods leave bodies. Don't they usually get sent back to wherever their domain is at?
Unless she wasn't truly a god? Oh. This
Oh
place is
no,
weird.
she's definitely got those divinity points, so to speak.
Wow.
I'm just saying what I
Did-
saw.
Did
and it-
did she say anything to you?
Hello.
And
was a
did
much
you
softer.
say anything back to her?
No. Because I
Well-
was still trying to process what the fuck I was seeing.
And most people would respond with, "Hello back."
I'm now a 3-foot tall fucking cow person. Do I look normal to you?
I don't want to know what a fucking cow person looks like. Thank you very much.
It's tipping
I've
at night.
seen enough phallic imagery to last a lifetime since coming to the Dale.
Tell Daisy all about it. Jeepers.
Any better?
Yeah.
Yes. Much
Yes.
better,
Cool.
Thank you.
I just had to refresh it.
That's weird.
Well,
So she said hello. She looked up past us. Were you behind us?
I mean, we were around the center column here.
So up past us, and then poofed away.
Well, Lady Frostkiss, are you here somewhere?
Frost kiss.
One of her monikers.
As you say that, Chris, right next to you, a massive owl head seems to appear out of the snowstorm and just looks at you. And in your head only, nobody else hears this, just you. You're not from here. As the owlhead cocks unnaturally to the side at like a 90-degree angle.
I'm fondling my pistol.
No pistol, your other pistol.
I have some serious questions. When you say fondling your pistol, you like sticking your finger in the barrel, or like?
No, there is that little hole that has a trigger in it.
Oh,
He's
I'm
caressing
gonna
his
push
chamber.
just the right button. on my flamethrower.
So, so what
The
you're-
I'm
the
gonna
owl
blow my-
creature seems to stand up its full height again. Looks around. Again, the owl head is bending and twisting very unnaturally, but one of the owl eyes locks onto Rourke. You know me?
I know of you, but not. I don't think we've been personally acquainted.
It looks like all around, like as the full momentum of an owl head can do, and back around and up and down, and then it responds to all of you.
Well, currently we're on the, by my count, 19th floor of a large black throbbing mushroom thing in the, side city wall of Bryn Shander. In the southern part of the Dale.
And towns?
Yes. The largest, one of the only, well, was the only one remaining. Potentially none of them remain now. They towns if nobody's living there.
Whoops, that was not the correct button I wanted to push.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Those of you who are trained in Arcana, give me an Arcana check.
Nope.
You're not Daisy.
Rolled a 4, still got an 18. Got it, boys.
Oh! It's work or only Arcana check.
I didn't take any intelligence for a reason.
I
don't
just
have
want
any.
to make sure. I just want to make sure I'm not waiting on another roll. No big deal.
Mhm.
As you're like talking about where you are and talking to whatever persona this particular thing is, and you start to think like the unnatural, the cold and the snow, and where are we, and how is this how is she even here? You detect, due to some of your backstory having some familiarity, that you're not on the mortal plane. This is the plane of ice. This is para-elemental.
Well, my fair lady, I might have to correct my previous statement. The pairs appears we're somehow in the elemental plane of ice, which we got to through a mushroom in the city of Bryn Shander, town of Bryn Shander, abandoned relic of Bryn Shander. That appears to be where we're at. Not quite sure how that happened, considering there's still a column here with a lift in it.
That continues to spin around and looking and like taking everything and all of you in. And we leave.
I'm not sure. Do you know how you got here, though?
Live here.
Well, I
Earth here.
mean, of course, your ladyship, you rule this plane, I'm quite well, I'm sure. But, I'm saying, last we knew, you were spreading, cooling the hearths and, the Icewind Dale. You were doing a fabulous job, by the way. And, all of a sudden it seemed to get, have a Canadian heat wave of sorts there. And everything started warming up. So they figured that, some group of people called Entropy Inc. happened to, banish you back from whence you came.
Where did I come from?
Well, originally here, I presume, and then you spread your religion outward and tried to freeze the Dale over permanently, and now we have found you here.
Just a religion? People worshiping?
Not that many anymore.
Somehow...
Do you worship me?
I know of you. I respect your divinity, but do I worship you? No, that's for others to do.
You hear that? And poof, in a puff of spore snow, this creature is gone.
I don't know. Do I hear it?
No, you don't hear anything.
So we got a confused god, and
We're not on our current plane. We're not on the plane we started on, which means I think we leave, right?
Well,
how?
mean, judging from the information at hand and purely speculating, somehow we're in a pocket plane that's made up to look like the elemental plane of ice, and I don't really think that that's the Frostmate. Because even if she did get her ass beat back into, well, here, why wouldn't she go to the real plane? Wouldn't be in a frickin' mushroom. And, why would she forget all of that?
Now, here's the question I have for you. For an owl, she was moving unnaturally.
I mean, how can you explain the form of a god?
That is true. I have never seen a god.
I mean, I don't know if... I don't even really know what it is. At this point, it looks like oral. It could be oral. I don't think it's oral.
What if it's a
All of a sudden,
zombified
this
oral?
turned into an Italian whisper.
What if this? What if? What if she's a zombified oral?
Well, perhaps we should try and, help her find the source of the noise?
I'll give
I
you
mean,
a
we're
hint.
not going anywhere unless this warms up.
She told me in my mind that I'm not from here, so she definitely has extra planar senses.
Or she read your mind.
Well, she read my mind.
Elderwin, are you picking up on any, wavelengths?
I haven't cast anything, if that's what you're trying to get at. It takes forever to cast anything. I'm not picking up anything naturally, no.
Well, she doesn't necessarily think we're not supposed to be here yet, so I think we have some time. Unless you have to concentrate on that, and you know you don't want to lose concentration on something else.
I don't have concentration on anything, it just takes time to cast whatever you want me to cast.
Well, unless we can keep probing for information, which she seems a little skittish, it might take a while as well.
We'll have to keep looking, searching. Oh, does the snow wind thing diminish or is still going strong?
Still going strong.
I got a feeling
we'll have to
fight her to get out of here.
There's really only one thing I could... Well, there's two things I could do here. I could check to see if she's infected, if you want to know that. Or I can try and detect her thoughts.
Well, I mean,
Really
maybe
wanna know
the
the thoughts of a
infected
god.
thing will work. We are in a giant mushroom, but now we're in a pocket elemental plane. I'm
Maybe
not sure how the mechanics of that are going to work.
Maybe it's a pocket elemental plane created by the mushrooms for her.
Or maybe she's generating it
Anyone-
herself.
Does anyone
Well,
have one of those locate things where you can tell what's near us and what type of creature it is?
Oh, I mean, Grim,
What?
granted you're 3'2" now, but you are still of the paladin persuasion, correct?
Sure.
Do you think perhaps that you could, sense any divinity in the area to confirm, that theory?
Ooh.
Divine sense. Excuse me, I had something in my throat.
I'm getting there.
I don't have anything cool like that.
I mean, I can ritually cast this, which means while he's trying to figure out that, I'll start my ritual up, you know? It'll take, again, quite some time for me to cast this.
Somebody want to make a Foundry thing about Divine Sense not having its feature numbers stuff?
Oh, I can.
Want me to copy and paste it on there?
No, it's limited by how many times you can do it, and it's just not set up correctly. It just needs to be set up. I'm reading it now. It's number of times equal your charisma plus 1, and whenever you finish a long rest, you can gain them all. It's just, I like having the counter. That's a strong registers your sensors, not just odor. Powerful, good rings like heavenly music in your ears. An action can open your awareness to detect such foes. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial thing or undead. Within 60 feet of you, that is not behind total cover. You know the type of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity. Within the same radius, you also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or deconsecrated, as with Hollow Spell. Nice. Okay. Fribble, give me a charisma ability check. Okay. I will tell you that there is a celestial and undead that is not a member of your party within the 60 feet of you. Also, I will tell you that the area you're in is hollow-like, but you don't exactly know. In other words, there are some effects going on. It's hollow-like, so it's been desecrated in some way, shape, or form. But you don't know the specifics. And it's not exactly the hollow spell. It is close enough to it that your check was enough to tell you that there's
slightly
something
different.
Yeah, there's something there, but you don't know exactly what. And as far as where the thing is, the things are that are celestial and undead, one of them, because there's two, one of them is on the complete opposite side of you guys, is a celestial. And then above you, about 40 feet, is an undead.
So I'm give a startled look, looking up, like not anticipating, sensing something up. So not bad news. She does seem real in her celestialness. So there's that. Bad news is there's something else here. 40 feet up. And it's not quite the... Living is not something, an adjective I would use to describe it.
I'm proud of you, Grim, that you know more than one.
Yeah, I try. I read a book once.
You know
Just the one
what?
time.
That's probably at least one more than Victor read.
So,
Sorry, it was a low blow.
I'm pretty sure he read a lot of books. It's just most of his had pictures in it.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I forgot Elduin.
Wow, they're sure attacking me when I'm not there.
They really are, man. They really are.
Wow.
so like I said, and this area is tainted, but not quite tainted. Like not the evilness that I'm used to, but it's
Influenced.
my senses are sensing something, but it's not what I'm used to sensing, so it's related, kinda, maybe.
So
No,
you're
like-
not saying it's not really been hollowed, it's not really been desecrated, but maybe a perversion of one of them?
Maybe the thing that's making us be in a place that looks and feels like another plane of existence?
Yes. True.
So we have an undead thing and a celestial in the same area.
Yes. But we didn't know about the only the
Mm-hmm.
It cracked me up.
So which one's undead?
The one we haven't seen. But
yeah.
yeah.
So
By the way, your sense is
God.
gone, so you don't know
yeah.
where these things are at anymore.
So
This is gonna be. Without having good
Now,
vision,
was
being
was the 40 feet like directly above us, or like just kind of above?
Alright, so going off where your token is, 40 feet almost directly above you, but more like over here, but 40 feet up.
Okay.
Well,
How tall was this room?
You guys have no idea. You cannot see that far.
at least 20 feet.
And now, maybe at least 40.
So it could be in the same room, could be on the 20th floor. I don't know.
Well, going off that information, we, in theory, could tie 2 ropes together and go up to the top and leave whatever the lady's doing to her own devices and...
how do we go up?
Go back into the elevator and climb.
It's
Easy. We have Grim and Elduin climb up. Hopefully they don't get savaged by whatever's up there. And then they tie 2 ropes together with knots and throw it down and we can all climb up.
Ooh, I wonder who suggested this earlier.
Well,
still doesn't solve the issue of how we get back down.
correct.
Climb back down.
Well,
Jump off.
Well, our task does not lead us down at the moment.
Well,
So
on the
here's
plus
my next
side,
question:
oh, Chris, if you have a question, by all means, go ahead and
how
ask
do we
it.
know we've been going up?
Did we see
Because
the
I don't
vines?
remember this place being as tall as what this elevator is just taking
Maybe
from
it's
the outside.
maybe it's like one of those time box things where it's bigger on the inside than the outside.
Or hear me
Have
out.
you-
If this is a pocket dimension, it's taking us through multiple dimensions.
Have you ever been in a giant purple, throbbing, veiny, purple cock penis mushroom thing? No,
Chris,
I've
I've
never
just
have, so-
awarded you D of Inspiration. Good job.
Okay.
You
It's marked on your
do
sheet.
remember the tent that we've gone in many times, and it's much smaller on the outside, and then you go in, it's very large. It's basically like that.
Yeah, pocket dimension.
Eh.
So we've been traveling through pocket dimensions.
Brilliant.
Sure.
That's most likely what we've been doing.
So the what's above us?
So I guess the question is do we fight the Frost Maiden to free up our elevator here, if it'll even do that, or do we...
I agree
And
with
you
your original
climb.
statement. I agree with your statement of climbing because I'd rather deal with the undead than a god.
I mean, some undead are as powerful as gods.
Yeah. Let's
And
climb.
yes, Elduin, I know you suggested it earlier, but we also didn't know
mhm.
what we were dealing with at that point, so...
Let's climb.
True. It's true. I'm just leaving it at what I suggested earlier.
Can we climb yet?
Oh, after you.
Okay.
Is that what we're trying? Where are you climbing?
I'm going back into the elevator.
Okay.
Come on, Daisy.
Okay.
And how are you climbing?
I'm going to spider walk up the side.
You cannot. You literally just slip back down.
Fuck. All right.
No.
Everything is encrusted in ice.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes. Wait.
Hold
All right.
on. Okay.
There's enough. Before I do this, there's enough room for a big ass bird in this elevator shaft, right? If not, I still have another idea to get up there.
Oh, I do too.
So you're at your 12th. It would be tight. There would be some checks involved. If you're talking like giant eagle or something. If you're talking a bigger bird, yes, there's gonna be some checks involved because of wingspan. Because it's both. It's tip to tip is pretty. It's either there or almost there that there's gonna be some checks.
What's your idea before I waste a spell?
Fastball special. With the spear.
Or
Daisy's
Or
gonna yeet me up there.
don't turn into such a large creature.
True,
Because
but
all you need is to get the rope up there and tie it to something, right?
true.
Assuming there's something to tie it to, yes.
That's what the spear into the ice is for.
It would still be nice to not use a spell. So if you want to try this, go for it.
I'm gonna tie a rope around my waist.
I'm tying my rope to his rope so that he has extra rope.
And then we'll kind of slowly knot them along the way so they be climbable. So,
Who's
All right.
okay? Who's tying the rope around Grimwald's waist? Grim, are you tying your own rope? Chris is tying.
I can.
yes.
Who's tying the knot around Grim? It's gonna be Chris.
Yes.
Okay, Chris, I need you to give me a dexterity ability check at disadvantage.
Your fingers are cold.
Your fingers are fucking freezing. That's right.
Can I press a digitation and warm his fingers up?
It's not
Or-
gonna help.
Damn it.
Or I could do it because I have cold resistance right now.
Is Bless still active?
Hashtag bless is gone.
Hashtag that sucks.
I was looking to see.
Hashtag all in the effect.
Oof.
Okay, you've got it all there as tight as you can get. It's pretty good.
No. All right.
Does it look like it's actually secure?
You're busy tying your end to the other end.
All right. Well. All right. Urgh. All right. Daisy, my dear,
Yep.
I need you to throw me up, like, yeet me.
Okay.
I'm gonna have my spear in hand,
Okay.
and then have it pointing up in case I hit roof.
Okay.
So you're gonna have Daisy pick you up, and she's gonna throw you up as hard and as far as she can. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's what it sounds like.
Hold on. Hold on. She's pretty strong. Do like a lob or a soft, yeah, like a soft toss,
Mhm.
like an
A
alley
soft toss.
Mhm. So let's
She may very well may splat me on the ceiling.
please hold. Uno momento, por. Excuse me. Plus. Okay. And then what is her? Is she a 20? Of course, she's a 20. Daisy, give me a athletics roll. So Daisy picks up Grim, does a bit of a spin to get some momentum, and Grim goes about 12 feet and then starts to fall.
He's gonna land in the elevator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Daisy, catch me.
Take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. Not Daisy. Grim does. 1 point of bludgeoning damage. As, Grim himself weighs almost 200 pounds, even small, plus the 150 pounds of crap he's carrying. Was a bit much.
My
You
mass
chucked
stays
him
the
still
same.
12 feet straight up. No, you get reduced by 1/8, so you went from 350 to just under 200.
Oh.
All right.
Well, I tried.
It was good try.
What? How much does this weigh? So I actually know how to do this.
Did that thumping sound of Grimald.
Sorry, babe.
There is an owl head looking down at all of you. Cocked to the side, one eyeball. And you all hear in your heads because it doesn't speak out loud. What are you doing?
Trying
And
to
it
get to
cocks
the
its
next
head
level.
a little bit more and it goes, do you hear that? And then poof,
No.
it's gone again.
Mm.
Give me active perception checks, except for Victor, who has completed the last and best hug of his life.
Hey, finally above a 10.
Now my crappy. 15, still not bad.
Nice. Excellent. Elduin and Warwick, give me insight, please.
Damn it.
Well, I know who's the best at insight.
I mean, still 15 and 18. All
I
right,
know,
so
but it was below a 5.
So- all of you note that when this owl creature says, do you hear that? It cocks its head up. Elduin and Warwick, both of you realize it's afraid of whatever is up and constantly disappears whenever it hears it.
Ooh.
Well, so, Elduin, are you thinking the same thing that I'm thinking right now?
And it's a bad idea to go upstairs?
Yes, I'm also starting to believe that it might be a bad idea to go upstairs.
Ooh.
It's fine. Just go up there. It's all good. It's fine.
The Frost Maiden, whether she's legitimate or not, seems to be, for lack of a better word, frightened of what's upstairs.
The question is, do you think with all of us we could take it on? And if not, if we could convince her to help us, could we then take it on?
I mean, it'd take quite a bit of convincing, considering she's fearful of it. But if what Chris has proposed is true, then she might not even be able to go there herself if she's trapped in this pocket dimension. Or if we're actually traveling through the planes itself, she's also not very good.
Do you think she'd give us some sort of Frost Maiden blessing if we agreed to take it out?
I mean, perhaps?
I mean, every little bit counts.
Doesn't hurt to ask, I guess.
Technically, she could take us up there too. I mean, she is a owl.
She's got
Possibly.
normal arms and, like, legs, for lack of a better term. I didn't really see any wings. She's just very tall. Lady, are you here? I don't want to say it too loud. I want her to think that we're trying to keep it on the DL.
There is no response.
Do I hear something moving above us?
Give me a perception check. Give me a perception check.
Nice.
Give me a intelligence ability check.
Oh, that's good. These. It's not bad.
While it is more quiet within the elevator area, the wind is still blowing pretty hard outside that you don't really hear anything beyond what you've begun to grow accustomed to. Like, there's nothing new. But with your 19 intelligence check, you're kind of putting together that there seems to be some kind of time interval between when she suddenly disappears to when she reappears after saying something about, do you hear that?
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Have I identified what the interval is?
A few minutes, but you don't know exactly what.
Somebody else go. I gotta think about this. I'm trying to put some pieces together in my head here.
I could try to just go up there and see what it is before we actually all go up there. Or decide to leave.
That's not a bad idea.
Yes.
Like I stated earlier, Elduin, if you'd like to do that, you're more than welcome to. I can't stop you, but I will remind you that one of our group did decide to go off on his own, touch something, and is now no longer with us.
I'm well aware, and I'm not going to touch anything. I'm just going to be looking.
Alright, I think I need to wait a little bit for the lady to show back up. I'm just gonna step out here and wait.
Eldwin, I need a perception check from you, please. I need an intelligence ability check now.
This is where it goes downhill.
I believe in you.
Oh
Boom!
my god.
Hey!
Oh, look, there's the 20. That's what you
There it
needed,
is.
probably. If I had the spirits, I could have made it, damn it.
So, you realize that your fire spell should have ended already.
Ooh. Oh.
But
Yeah.
but then you realize that it seems like the duration has been doubled.
Yeah.
So while the casting time is double, so too are durations thereof. A feature of whatever the fuck this place is. I will tell you, you've got about 6 minutes left.
Well, we, this particular area, I'm just now figuring out, as either moving slower through time, or is in some kind of loop, which is why magic is taking longer to cast, but it's also lasting longer here. Don't know if that influences whatever you're trying to think of, Ward.
Time dilation's interesting. Loop, I'm not so sure on. I'll ask the lady if she remembers me when she shows back up.
Or are we just gonna wait around till she shows back up?
I'm trying to think of a good way of getting up there without being spotted so that I can take a look around.
And I still got my flamethrower. I can try blowing it straight up to see if we can melt the tentacles to get the elevator to move. But with this being a pocket dimension that's housing a god, I'm not sure how effective that's going to be.
I mean, we were able to have, Daisy smash them, so it's possible. If you want to try and start melting them while I try and think of a creature that could help us out.
I'll try doing that then.
So you're having your little flamethrower robot go over to where the vines are and try to start melting the ice?
Yeah, that little flamethrower pumps out a bit of fire. Uh, 2d8 fire. So. And a 15-foot cone.
Nice.
I'm gonna try thawing out the vines so they'll continue moving up to the next floor.
Go ahead and give me an Arcana ability check.
Arcana ability check?
Or the skill thing. Arcana
The skill check?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sure. Here you go, failure. Oh, nice.
Whoa. All right, so your little toot there is just a.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple things that you note. One, it takes it longer to expunge the energy. Two, it lasts a little longer. But the third one is it's, even though it's lasting longer, it's not as big of a flame as you were expecting. And probably whatever, with your Arcana check, the elemental plane of ice actively restricts fire. So all
fine.
fire stuff is basically reduced. And you are not able to push enough fire out to thaw anything.
That was worth a shot.
You figured out another aspect of this area.
It is an elemental plane. That restricts fire. Good thing Mirren's dead.
Poor Mirren. Work. There's a giant fucking owl creature next to you. Just shows up. Without a sound, without disturbing anything, it's just there.
Oh, welcome back, lady.
Looks down at you, sideways with the eye. Hi!
Do you remember me?
You can see that it's definitely bipedal, but it lumbers from like side to side as it shifts around, and what you thought was a cloak are just two massive wings as this massive owl creature walks around in front of you, bends its head down, again unnaturally with one eye looking at you with like a 170-degree angle upwards, looking and going, should I know you?
Well, while she's getting a good look at me, I want to get a good look at her.
Perception check with disadvantage. It's the fucking snow. Oh, damn, still an 18. It's hot. It's hot. She's big. She's got horns. Definitely an owl face. Feathery body. Claws. No fungal infections that you can visibly see.
We met just a few moments ago before you heard a terrible sound from somewhere, I guess, above us. And then you seemed to disappear for a while. You asked me where we were at. You were quite confused on that.
What is your name?
Oh, my name is Warwick.
It seems to spin its head around. And then the bird's beak begins to quiver. And it says, Warwick. And the snow stops. Like it just halts. And then spins the other direction. Do you hear that? Poop. It looked up in a different direction this time. But still looking up. After the owl creature poops, the snowstorm reverts back to its normal direction.
What? Assuming, like, up here is north, right? Is the wind blowing clockwise or counterclockwise?
And so it's been going counterclockwise this entire time.
So it's been going this way.
Yes, and once she looked at you and said your name, it stopped for a moment and went clockwise until she heard a noise and vanished again. And then it stopped and went backwards again.
Okay, so earlier when Grim divine sensed and he told us the thing was above us, it was over here.
Yes.
What direction did she look just now after the snow was going this direction?
Northwest.
So over here now.
No,
Or
that would
over
be east.
here.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
so- okay.
What, are you thinking the thing's caught in the wind up high?
I don't know. I don't know what to make of this right now, to be honest. I'm a little perplexed.
Neither do
You know
I.
what?
Above
That's,
table. I feel like I'm on the right path. I'm missing some pieces yet.
Well, this is where we'll end tonight's episode, guys. And girl. And those that identify as non and in between. Of Icewind Dale Adventures. I guess I could call this one Rhyme of the Frostman.
Mhm,
Like,
mhm.
Well, this is a tough rhyme right now.